Good evening, everyone. We'd like to call the meeting to order for Monday, November 4th, 2019. Are there any disclosures of interest? Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I have a conflict of interest with item number 11C, LPAT Appeal, DeSantis, 2325 Main Street and 6 Doron, because I'm a property owner 2 doors away. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Dunstall. That will be duly noted. Up first, we have the adoption of the previous council minutes from October 22nd, 2019. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the council meeting minutes of October 22nd, 2019 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. And we have a couple of delegations tonight. First up, we have Richard Fluke, a 5G presentation. Good evening, Richard. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, officers, and Town Clerk for allowing me to do a very quick presentation on 5G and Grimsby Town. And this is really about why we need to just have a look at what's going on with this new generation of cell phone. That's basically it, new generation of cell phones. And so this is a presentation, very quick one, on how the new untested cell phone radiation will impact the health, privacy, and security of Grimsby residents. First and foremost, who am I? I'm a concerned resident of Grimsby, that's it. I work in the health arena. I travel around the world lecturing on health and related subjects. I'm author of health-related books. So what is 5G? Basically, we had 1G, which allowed us to make and receive calls. 2G, text. 3G allowed us to have data. 4G meant internet and streaming. And 5G is everything is going to be connected. And I mean everything. From the clothes that you wear, from the toilet roll that you buy, from the food that you get out, in and out of the fridge, everything, every single tile here will have its own independent chip communicating with some piece of data somewhere. All your faces will be connected. Everywhere you go, every single thing you do, everything will be monitored. Okay, and what else is different about 5G? Why is it so different? We have 1G and 4G. The present frequencies that we all use and we all use on our cell phones and alike, and they run from 900 megahertz up to 2.4 gigahertz. And these are just frequencies, and cell phone towers use this, and they're about every 2 to 5 kilometers. I'm sure you've seen them just going along the highway, and I think you proposed to put one up by the fire station to replace the one up on Wolverton. Anyway, 5G will use these present frequencies, and they have also within their antenna boxes little what are called line arrays. That means that what they're going to do is they'll focus their energy on specific things, on individuals, on people with 5G phones or anything that's connected with 5G. But the problem is this is in the millimeter wave spectrum. They're going to go from 6 gigahertz up to 100 gigahertz. So that means that you have to have these antenna every 200 meters, meaning outside your bedroom window, outside your child's bedroom window or your grandchildren's bedroom window as they're sleeping, there will be an antenna. So would you live next door to a cell phone tower? Most people, they don't want to. In fact, it reduces the price of your house literally straight away, just on an economic sort of basis. But there are some known health risks for this, what they call non-ionizing microwave radiation. The World Health Organization basically said that cell phone towers, cell phones, Wi-Fi routers, Bluetooth, these are possible carcinogens. That was back in May 2011. This was before 4G was rolled out. And what are the symptoms of this type of problem? Fatigue, irritability, headaches, nausea, loss of appetite, sleeping disorders, big one. Depressive tendency, feeling of discomfort, difficulty in concentration, loss of memory, visual disorders, dizziness, cardiac problems. I know kids already that have these problems, children already with these problems. Okay. There's even Senator Blumenthal blasts the Federal Communication Council in the United States and the FDA for no research on 5G safety. He basically said, is there any testing? And they turned around and said, no. And they don't intend to do any. But there's something else. You see, this whole microwave radiation is being rolled out without any of us really understanding. We are like frogs being boiled alive in water, basically getting hotter and hotter. It's increased by 3,000%, and those are the figures I presently have, right up to 2011, and I don't know what's going to happen with 5G. It's just going to go off the scale. So, but there has been testing done on this millimeter wave technology, not micro wave technology, millimeter wave. And here are just some of the things: structural alterations in skin and internal organs, changes in blood, bone marrow, changes in conditional reflex activity. I might just say that the firemen in the United States actually turned around and got the cell phone towers removed from being outside the fire stations because their cognitive ability decreased by 20%. That was when they were doing 3G. Okay, higher blood cortisol levels, adrenal stimulation, mitochondrial dysfunction, suppression of the central nervous system with notable changes in liver, kidneys, heart and brain. And this was going back to 1977. There are other studies. In fact, there are over 4,000 peer-reviewed papers on the bioinitiative.org. Very interesting. So 5G will seriously impact the health in humans, animals, insects, and living things. I do know, and I have it under authority, that some of the engineers that are putting up these 5G antennas will not go anywhere near them once they're put up because, in order to do any changes, because they see insects and birds underneath them dead, because these millimeter wave technology transmits at the same frequency that these insects and birds actually work on. In fact, your brain works on very, very similar frequencies as well. So there's another point, security. I'm sure we've all heard, you may have come across it, the Huawei, the Chinese manufacturers, there's another one of the infrastructure. Chinese and other government cyber attacks. There's a big problem with security. The US government have actually said, we are not going to have Huawei. There's another one called ZTE. The Canadian government is still on the fence, but Japan recently said no, Australia said no, and I think the UK have said no. There are other things like cyber attacks, ransomware. This whole technology just makes it a lot easier to get into all our systems. And I'm sure some of you are aware of the ransomware that's already occurred. It makes it a lot easier to access. Personal data of all individuals can be easily accessed and hacked. So there's also privacy, and I think this is a really big major one. Internet of Things, so everything is connected, remember. You will no longer have any privacy. You might say, well, I've got nothing to share, except everything that you will be doing will be monitored. Everything you watch, everywhere you go, everything will be scrutinized. Now, you might say, well, that's okay, but there may be some individuals in power who don't like you or disagree with your opinion, and they will have the chance to do something about it and to limit you. Don't think it's really going on. Well, the Chinese government have already put this out. There are moves in certain places in Australia where they're doing similar things. They're actually monitoring the children going into classrooms by facial recognition already. So this will be all part of this type of rollout. All marketing is directed at you. It can be abused by people in power. And if you don't think about it, Facebook was recently fined $5 billion, well, that's 1 month's profit for them, but for losing your data. So this is already going on. So that's basically what's going on there. So the simple solution is fiber optics, by the way. There is a solution, and it's very simple. I'm not anti-technology. I love technology. The problem is it safe? So security, cellular network is basically unsafe. Your entire data is safe with proven fiber optics. It's proven. And we also have it in Grimsby, by the way. With coverage, wired networks cover homes and offices. Not everywhere, but it's pretty close. But cellular networks needs antenna system. I think the big one is flexibility. Wi-Fi is flexible. We already have it. It's not very nice, but you can wire your home. You actually have the choice. If you have an antenna right outside, that's slightly different. 5G is paid subscription to your mobile network, and it's the only option. And I think that's a big thing. So the other thing is 5G compatibility. You have to have a 5G phone. You have to have 5G connected. That means all your Wi-Fi devices, well, get rid of them, just have to spend a lot more money. Okay, so what my proposal, or not the proposal, is just, I think we should just really consider the facts. Stop 5G rollout in Grimsby, and we can do that until it really can be proven safe and also secure. And more importantly, our health is not affected in the way that it's proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard, for your presentation. Council questions? I see Councillor Bain.
Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. A couple of questions for you. You're a resident of Grimsby? Is that correct? Okay. What, I mean, other than the obvious health reasons, what encouraged you to bring this to us? Are they planning on putting a lot of 5G in Grimsby that I'm not familiar with or something?
You'll have 5G rolled out in Grimsby probably by the middle of 2020.
By who?
By the telephone companies.
Okay, now is 5G also a fiber optic cable?
No. There is fiber optic cable that will be brought to the antennas, and then they put it up, but basically to the antenna, to then beam into your house or onto the road or wherever they're going to put them.
You said up there that it had to be within 200 meters. So are you suggesting that every single street is going to have one of these antenna?
Several. Every 200 meters because of the frequency that they're going to use, which is a millimeter wave frequency. It won't penetrate that far. But it has to be used in order to allow that amount of data to be connected with everything. That's basically it.
Other than the privacy issues and stuff like that, I work for Canada Customs. I mean, facial recognition is a big thing to us and stuff like that. So I'm not as concerned about stuff like that, and I do believe it is the way of the future. My concern, based on what you've said, is the health concerns. I know initially when cell phones first came out, they always warned us about brain cancer and not using your cell phone a lot and that type of thing. Is this the type of thing you're talking about? Is that it's just going to, basically, the more we put this up, the more it's going to hurt us?
Absolutely. There are already studies, there was over a $30 million US study done by the National Toxicology Institute or program in America that categorically saw very unusual brain cancers and also heart cancers in test rats. When they went with the results to the FDA, they said, oh, that's irrelevant to humans. Well, they do the same tests for all the other types of things like, for cancer drugs on the same rats. So how is it not irrelevant? Now, how is it not relevant? I don't know. But
last question for you that I have is what can we, or what do you think we can do to stop this from coming in?
Just refuse to have them put onto all the lampposts without proven safety. That's basically what we need to have happen. And of course, Grimsby's lucky in that it owns its, or part owner of the electricity company here. Right. So you can actually just say, we are not going to provide the power to these. And I think that may be possible, it may not be. But I would like to see that happen, yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Councillor Cadwell, then Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you for the presentation, Richard. I found it very interesting, but I'd like to, what is your background? What, if you don't mind me asking, I know you're very passionate and involved with this, but are you an IT technician, or is your background related to this type of work at all?
I work in the energetic medicine field, and I lecture around the world on energetic medicine, which is the precursor to chemical or electrical changes in the body. Very new, very different. So I'm part of the Academy of Comprehensive and Integrative Medicine. That's along with many other individuals, names that probably wouldn't make much sense, but in my field are pretty well known. And I'm just about to lecture in November along with Magda Havas. If you want to have a look at her work, she's from Trent University, and she's been talking about this particular material for many, many years and has spoken in lots of different places about this particular topic. So I have an interest because I am aware of this technology, and I work with clients to assist them with heart arrhythmias, problems with their mitochondrial dysfunction, energy, chronic fatigue. And one of the first things I say is get rid of your cell phone, go wired in your house. And it helps tremendously.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharp?
So through the mayor, I have met with Mr. Fluke already. He lives in my ward, and his son is one of my nephew's good friends. So we went out for coffee and we talked a bit about this. And I spent some time looking online, and this stuff checks out. Like, I always considered like maybe cell phones might be bad for me. You know, some people had told me maybe to turn them off at night, but I kind of ignored that. But now, so what I looked about this millimeter wave, or this 5G technology, is that it's much shorter frequency. It's faster, it's shorter waves. And that's part of the reason why it has to be closer to the device. But as Mr. Fluke was saying, there's some known health effects caused by this. And so we asked, or Councillor Vane asked, when is this coming? And I know that we've already had some delegations taken to our hydro company from proponents of the 5G industry who brought some information, a pitch to tell what the benefits of 5G are. And this is a thing that is going to be coming very soon. And like Mr. Fluke expressed, every 200 meters, roughly 700 feet, it's like every 10 houses. All right, so there'll be a few on your street, and they need to go on light poles or power poles, right? So like these phone companies aren't going to come and put a cell phone tower every 10 houses in your neighborhood. They're going to come to the town or through the hydro company. They're going to come to the town and they're going to ask, I presume they're going to ask to pay us to put them on our existing hydro infrastructure, the poles, and we will have an opportunity to control this. And so as I looked into this and as I talked to Mr. Fluke, I looked at the speed at which this 5G, it's phenomenal. It's so fast that humans can't comprehend it. Like we talked about, and Mr. Fluke I'll ask him to explain, but what's the rate that you told me about? How fast does a YouTube video, how much speed does a YouTube video need? And how much speed do we have currently with the 4G or 4?
So an hour and a half long movie might take on a normal 4G, I don't know, a couple of minutes, but it streams, okay? So it's already coming in and you can watch it straight away. 5G, it might take, I don't know, 3-4 seconds. So it's incredibly fast, which is great, except what difference is it going to make? What difference is it going to make to your life? Suddenly you're going to have all these files on your device. You're going to have to get another device. I mean, it's crazy. It's unnecessary. Totally unnecessary.
Yeah. So I appreciate you coming to give this information to the town, and I'll pass it on. Thanks.
Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you. Thanks for coming and your presentation. Just a couple of questions, and they might be out a little bit not aligned with where you are, but maybe you can help me understand. So, for instance, the Rogers radio towers that are by the lake, Casablanca, Windward neighborhood, there's 8 radio towers there that are now generating 50,000 watts. They boosted it to the maximum there. Health Canada hasn't even finalized studies on the impacts of living within a certain area to those. What is the difference between the impacts of that kind of a health risk versus this health risk? And then the second question is, what isn't the problem, like, is rural Ontario, like our rural neighborhoods that aren't served by fiber optics or by certain internet, is this a way that the government is looking at delivering internet service to rural Ontario, because that was one of their promises that they made? So is this the only way that we can get internet service out to our rural communities that rely on internet in order for economic development and to be viable? So just wondering if this is their only option, or do they have other options as well?
Okay, just going back to the towers that are over here. I don't know the actual impact of that. I don't know what frequency they're going out at, but I can probably assure you that the impact is pretty high on those people living around that area. And I have no figures on that. I know that there are figures on cell phone towers where we see the incidence of cancers increase by at least 30%. So, and this is within a small period of time. Let's just put it in one other way of looking at it, is that would you knowingly spend time living in an area where everybody was smoking, you had secondhand smoke? Because that's essentially what this stuff is. Okay, going back to the whole idea of rural sides, yes, that is a problem, and we could still get some of the communication over to those individuals that are in rural areas, and I think that that is a problem. I'm not an advocate of saying get rid of the whole infrastructure. I'm saying that we have to be very, very careful, because this is totally unproven technology with no safety standards whatsoever being proposed or put in place. And just so you know, and that we are all aware, that the original safety standards were put together in the 1980s. Okay? Based on a dummy that putting a cell phone on its highest power next door to it, and none of them put them actually on the next door to the skin. They put them anything from 5 to 10 millimeters away. And also inside your cell phone, it turns around, there are legal documents saying, do not put these things close to your skin or close to your head. Use another type of device, a headphone device. So they know that this stuff is dangerous. And I think that we've just got to be careful. Just got to be careful and be aware and look after the children playing out on the street with their hockey sticks. We've just got to be careful.
I hear you, and I appreciate that, and I believe science is sometimes behind the 8 ball. We roll something out, we bring a technology, and then the science takes a long time to catch up with what the health implications are of the new technology. And I think, like I said, with even the radio towers, I don't think I've even found additional research, long-term research that has been done with regards to that. So it's always good to be wise and open-minded when we're looking at these risks. The other thing is, but the problem I think we're hearing too is, and I'm in a new neighborhood, is the market-driven force. So you get people who move into the new neighborhoods or where this 5G is going, and they want this type of service because it's everything that's new. So the hard thing is that the commercial enterprises are driving it, it's market driven, and they're bringing it to where their customers are. So that's just another.
It's the same as smoking. People wanted cigarettes, okay? And there's a great doctor called Dr. Deborah Davis. You can look her up she's on ehtrust.org. And she was an advocate, well, she wasn't an advocate, she was involved in stopping secondhand smoke from kids and in public places. I mean, Canada was one of the first to stop the smoking in public areas. She's on the same thing here, and there is plenty, absolutely thousands of peer-reviewed papers online. Bioinitiative.org. There are over 4,000 that I know of. Recently updated in 2019, paper after paper after paper after paper after paper after paper from scientists. The thing is, the scientists are not being listened to because the telecom companies own the media. And it's a conflict of interest. That's basically it. And I understand the market driven. So therefore, the general public don't know about this information, and that's why I'm here. I'll be absolutely truthful with you. It absolutely stunned me too when I came across this information, because I was a real big tech user. Okay?
Thank you. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question. I remember when that IARC study came out in 2011, but I just while you were talking, I was checking IARC's website, and I haven't seen anything related to what they're doing now. And IARC is a pretty independent organization, you know, funded by countries internationally. Are you aware of them doing any research right now?
Yes, there is a proposal to actually do another IARC study. IARC actually report back to the World Health Organization, and from their information, which is made up of professors and other people, researchers and alike, they then determine the policy that the World Health Organization, which then most of the countries then decide exactly what their laws are going to be based on. So there is a move, I believe, in 10 years on, 2021, to actually go out and re-look at the evidence. Some of the researchers are already saying, well, it is a carcinogen, class 1, not a class 2B. And it should have been labelled as a class 2B, but there were some conflicts of interest on that board when you do a little bit more delving into it. So fascinating stuff. Same as the lead in fuel, same as the smoking industry. It's same as asbestos. It's the same thing that's going on here. Everybody's going for it, and you know, we just got to be careful, I think, and look after our children and look after our own health. And that's what I see with my clients with arrhythmias or anxiety problems, depression. And I literally just say, ditch your mobile phone, get rid of your Wi-Fi in your house, go all completely wired. And they say, everything's shifted, changed, weird. Go back and then reuse it, and their problems reappear. So we have to be careful, and the science behind that is proven, well understood.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Fluke. Thanks. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the delegation of Richard Fluke, resident of Grimsby, with reference to 5G be received. All in favor? That's carried. Next delegation, Councillor Cadwell is going to introduce Brian Purdy.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan, and I'll just do it right from here. And first of all, I'd like to, it's my privilege to welcome Brian Purdy to council tonight as a delegation. Brian was commissioned by the town of Grimsby to produce a video of the hockey game between our Grimsby Peach King hockey team. The staff was a lot of the staff, and basically like a pickup hockey team. But it was a pretty good team, what I remember back when we had the game against the Montreal Canadiens alumni team at the Peach King Center Arena on December the 2nd of 2018 of last year. And the event was also organized and conceived by Simon Dijon, who has joined us tonight in the audience. Welcome, Simon. Also, if I may, while I have this opportunity, I'd like to just give council and the viewing public a little bit of a shout out, actually a large shout out to Brian again, because Mr. Purdy was honored as a finalist, which he was second place from the Tourism Industry of Ontario at the Ontario Tourism Awards of Excellence Gala, which was held at Blue Mountain in Collingwood on October the 30th, just last week. And he was recognized in the category of Tourism Champion of the Year, and as well as a certificate of congratulations from the Ontario government for his work at the Niagara Gateway Information Centre. Again, congratulations, Brian. I think everybody on council and a lot of the people of Grimsby and of Niagara are very aware of the good hard work you're doing at the Gateway. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. Appreciate it. Let me just push a button here. There you go. Good. Mr. Mayor and councillors, from 1922 to 1926, the Montreal Canadiens did their training at our Peach King Centre artificial ice rink right here in Grimsby. When they stayed in Grimsby, they were housed at the highly reputable Village Inn. and created a lot of excitement around the town at that time. The Montreal Canadiens went on to win 22 Stanley Cups, and several of their players were inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame. Here is another little bit of Grimsby history. Hope you enjoy this playoff event with the Grimsby versus Montreal Canadiens alumni at our Peach King Centre last December.
This idea with the Montreal Canadiens came from, we received a call from the Montreal Canadiens alumni looking to come here for a game. And we thought with the history of the Montreal Canadiens back in the 1920s, that it'd be nice for them to come and play a game here almost a century later. So then we involved the town, which has been great with us, involved the town and turned it into more of a town community.
It's hockey playoff time at the Grimsby Peach King Centre, an invitation event between the town of Grimsby and the Montreal Canadiens alumni teams. From 1922 to 1924, the Montreal Canadiens held their training camps at the Grimsby Arena, then one of the only two artificial ice arenas in Canada east of Winnipeg. During the training season of 1922 to 23, a strong bond was created between the Canadiens and the people of Grimsby. For a town of barely 2,000, the presence of one of the world's leading ice hockey teams in their midst brought much excitement and pride to the community. Grimsby came to adopt the team as their own, often referring to them as Canadiens of Grimsby and Montreal. The Montreal Canadiens hoped that training on Grimsby's artificial indoor ice would give them the advantage they needed to win the Stanley Cup, the World Championship of Professional Hockey. The Grimsby Arena opened in January 1922. This area was a vibrant part of Niagara's fruit industry, a busy center for fruit packing, canning, and shipping. The ice rink was made possible due to the proximity to Growers Cold Storage and Ice Company, a fruit cooling plant. Brine from the plant was brought through the coils to create a frozen surface for the public to skate and play hockey. The indoor artificial ice rink provided a significant advantage to competitive hockey teams by offering it for skating time. Professional hockey teams in the National Hockey League quickly expressed interest in using the arena in the small fruit farming town. Jimmy Farrell invited Leo Dandurand, owner and coach of the Montreal Canadiens, to bring his team to the Grimsby Arena for the 1922-23 preseason training. After a successful training camp, the team returned to Grimsby in December of 23 for 3 weeks of training. That month, a new face joined the team, Howie Morenz of Stratford, Ontario. He made his first ever skate with the Canadiens on Grimsby ice. The Montreal Canadiens team first arrived on December 4, 1922. The Montreal Canadiens Hockey Club recognizes the Grimsby training camps as part of their storied history, an important role that the people of Grimsby and the arena had in preparing the Canadiens for their Stanley Cup winning season, a season that was truly a catalyst for their future.
Number 71, Patrice Brisebois.
They would be the dominant NHL team of the 20th century, winning a further 21 Stanley Cups. The Grimsby Arena offered opportunities for other professional hockey teams to train and practice as well in 1924. The Canadiens returned to Grimsby as reigning world champions, winning the Stanley Cup in the previous season. One of the games played at Grimsby Arena included 9 future Hall of Famers, many of the professional players to practice in Grimsby between 1922 and 1924 and go on to enjoy successful careers in the National Hockey League. And 12 were inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame. They included Howie Morenz, Henry Spag Cleghorn, George Vesna, Frederick Bon Cook, and Newsy Lalonde. When the Montreal Forum was built, there was no need for the Canadiens to return to Grimsby. As a Canada 150 project, Grimsby was encouraged to remember this special time in our history. The relationship between our small fruit town and a national hockey team will never be forgotten.
Look at me go, Dad. I scored!
Cherished by Grimsby citizens, remembered as the Grimsby Montreal Canadiens.
Final score was 13-7 for the Montreal Canadiens alumni.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Brian.
That's a bit of history.
Councillor Vane has a question.
Just one quick question, my friend. Thank you for both of you, you as well, Simon. I know you put a lot of work into this. Are they going to be coming back again this year? Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good. I'd just like to say a special thank to Peter Murray of Omni Media, who did the voice for us, and again for Simon for packaging and putting this all together for Grimsby. And Mr. Mayor, if I might just change hats for a moment, we've put together a cut and paste of the Grimsby number 2 that was done by McLean's. I'd like to present you with a framed copy.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Brian. One for your office. Perfect, thank you very much.
We put a backlit poster of that up in the Welcome Center just on Sunday, and there's going to be a banner hanging in the Grimsby booth in a couple of weeks. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I saw the poster at the Welcome Center. It looks great there. Thanks for all your hard work, Brian. Thank you very much. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the delegation of Brian Purdy of Media Image Communications Group at Omni Media with reference to a video presentation of Grimsby versus the Montreal Canadiens alumni be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have FIN 1920, Outstanding Legal Actions. There's no presentation. Oh, Stephen, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. So at the October 22nd council meeting, council passed a resolution for staff to bring forward a report on the town's outstanding legal actions. And so what I did is I compiled the report and I attached it as Schedule A. And I can run through each of these claims individually. So the first claim is a WSIB claim, which the town has submitted its intent to appeal the claim to the WSIB tribunal. The next claim, Air Park zoning bylaw. On the report here, I had indicated that the town was waiting on the court's interpretation of the zoning bylaw. Well, we just got word today, this afternoon, that the ruling was not in favor of the town. And we have the ruling. We're just going to review the ruling, and an update will be provided on that, I believe, at the next planning meeting. The next two deal with Century Condos, the laneway. We are still waiting on a court decision on ownership of the laneway. And following that, Century Condos, of course, this case won't be heard until the actual ownership of the laneway is determined. I believe Mr. Basic will provide an update of this in the in-camera session. Legacy condominiums, parkland dedication. So right now we're working on details for possible settlement. And the final action is with regard to the biodigester. That's before the Superior Court of Ontario. And the last update we have is the statement of defense has now been filed by the defendants.
Great, Stephen. Thank you very much for your report. Councillor Bothwell, you have a question?
Thank you, Stephen. The only thing I'm wondering is I don't see 33 Victoria Terrace on there, which we, council passed a motion to appeal the Committee of Adjustments decision, support the Committee of Adjustments decision to deny.
I can provide an update on that. Sorry about that one. Yeah.
Any further questions, Council? Seeing none. Councillor Vane.
Sorry, Stephen, just for my own curiosity's sake, more than anything else, I understand all of them except for the first one. Why, just generically, I'm not looking for any personal or outside information, but why would an employer submit its intent to appeal a WSIB ruling to the tribunal? Why? It's just generic. Again, I don't want any personal information here. I just want to know generically, why would an employer do that?
If the employer felt that the claim didn't meet, if we found that there was maybe some evidence that we've determined that the claim shouldn't go forward. And for the town, this can be quite expensive. So we always have to be very careful that we feel that these claims have merit. The town is self-insured when it comes to WSIB, so we actually pay for any settlements with WSIB.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I see no further questions. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that report FIN 19-20 with reference to outstanding legal actions in the town of Grimsby be received for information. All in favor? That's carried. Next up, we have report DRS 19-47, Peach King Center Expansion and Renovation Grant Submission. Welcome, Sarah Sweeney. Nice to see you.
Perhaps while Sarah just helps me, I've not done it this way before, set up our presentation. I just have to mention it's really interesting that Mr. Purdy was presenting to you on the matter that he was of the hockey game 100 years ago, because what we're sort of talking about tonight is the next continuum piece in our recreation journey, and certainly is a strong connection. So promise it wasn't intentional, but very interesting nonetheless. So I'm here to give you an update on our Peach King Center expansion and renovation project. I was here earlier to give you some of the information, and we're now ready to prepare our submission. So the program is called Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. They call it ISIP. And just for clarity, there's a couple of different streams of ISIP. There was just a new one announced called the Green Stream, and I know some of you have seen that. This is a separate stream. This stream is specifically called Community, Culture, and Recreation Stream. So in this stream, there are two funding streams in it: renovation and rehabilitation, which is capped at $5 million, and a multi-purpose stream, which has to be greater than the 5 and capped at $50 million. And the one that we are preparing to apply for is the multi-purpose stream. And they've given a little quote in there. It's for projects that focus on the principle of integrated service delivery to address identified service gaps. You can see in there what the funding model looks like for this grant program. The applicant, that would be us, it would be paying 26.67% of the total project. And the applications for it are due next week, November the 12th. So it is a bit of a tight timeline. So just a timeline as to where we've been. In March 2019, we did complete our Parks, Recreation and Culture Master Plan. It's really fantastic we have that completed in the timing we do, because much of the justification for moving forward with this project can be achieved through that master plan and some of the data we have in there. So we're very fortunate to have that. It is a 10-year vision for parks, facilities, recreation, and culture. And one of the top recommendations that came out of that master plan was exploring the need for a multi-use leisure space. And additionally, they did identify that the preferred location is the Peach King Center to create more of a community hub. Then in June of 2019, Council supported the idea of proceeding with a feasibility study to look further into the multi-use recreation facility expansion. And just as we were about ready to hit send on the RFP, we get the announcement that the ISIP program was announced. So we had to change course a little bit on that. And at that time, we came to you September 16th, so just a little over about 6 weeks ago, seeking an expedited process to prepare for the grant submission. Now we're here today on November 4th, sharing what our proposed submission is to you, and hopefully being able to submit it next week. And I just want to say it's been a real team effort from the entire corporation to support this project. All of the departments have been participating in it. They're all really excited about it. They recognize the corporate impact that a project like this has, and it's just great to see everybody working together collectively and supporting this project. For timing, so November the 12th is the deadline we submit, and then the timing that they've provided according to their guidelines is that in winter of 2020, the province will decide who they're pushing forward. I don't know exactly the timing. Some people have asked, does that mean January, March? We don't know. Those are the phrases they've used. And then from there, the federal government will make the final decisions on the approved projects. And again, they gave the timing of spring, summer 2020. If we are successful, we do have until 2027 to complete projects, but it does seem like they're really looking for projects that are ready to go. So, the municipality does have a very important role to play in recreation and leisure. And we play a couple of different roles. We provide service, sometimes that's direct, sometimes that's indirect through partnerships. We support community development, working with a lot of our different organizations in the communities. And we do tend to be the ones that provide infrastructure support for those types of things. So we have arenas, and by having the arenas, the hockey programs are able to do what they do. We have sports fields, baseball, all that sort of stuff, and then they're able to do what they're able to do. What we really don't have is the good indoor recreation space that's more of a gymnasium style. Consistently in the master plan, if you looked at all those graphs and data that I shared with you in the report, that's the consistent theme that we're hearing, is the indoor recreation piece is the gap that we have. The good news is by filling it, we also fill a lot of gaps. It addresses a lot of the shortcomings that we have in terms of our overall recreation profile. The rest of that information, I'll just let you read through it as you can, but it certainly, again, addresses some of the other important things we see in our community, such as sedentary behaviors, getting people more active. We also know that we were voted number 2 in Maclean's to be the best place in Canada to live, but we also know that we had a strong, we were the best place to live for new Canadians. So making sure too we're providing services that meet all of those different types of groups that are interested in participating in recreation. And what better place to go and become a part of your community than in a community hub that you have, such as what we envision for the Peach King Center. So in the report that I provided to you, I did align some of the justification and need for the project with the provincial priorities, simply because it fits so well. And I just think you need to see that, of how well we do align to the provincial priorities. I've met with the regional advisor we have that supports these programs. We've also met with Mr. Sam Oosterhoff, and both of them were very supportive of what we're doing and how it aligns to the priorities. So that was a really good message. The first one was meets community and user needs or service gaps. Again, the master plan really tells that story for us. We're fortunate to have that. This project would support 9 out of 10 of the top indoor recreation needs we have in Grimsby. Along with that too, it's important to know that it isn't just us delivering programs through this. By creating a facility like this, you're helping so many community partners in creating new partnerships, whether that's our basketball association, different indoor land training opportunities, perhaps the hockey club can use. All of our culture groups are eager to use spaces here as well. So there's a lot of reach far beyond just what our department's able to do on our own. For priority number 2, promoting good asset management. This is not only looking at what are our needs currently in the facilities we have, so we do have some gaps in the Peach King Centre that we need to bring up and upgrade, but it's also looking at what's our best way to grow. If we need to expand space, what's the best way to do this? And we think that there's a good case for doing this where it's a shared space, integrating services right from preschool right up to senior. Priority number 3 represents good value for money. One of the ways that we are addressing this is this really will be a facility for all ages and for all abilities. Some people feel the Peach King Centre is a little bit like a hockey arena still. It does have a strong hockey presence, which is great, Simon. But we are looking to make it more of a true community hub and a place that all citizens can enjoy and participate in a wide variety of recreation. The multi-use design will be specifically designed so that we can address some of the needs we have now, but also address some of the needs that we expect will come down the line and as we continue to grow and trends change. The last one is really important, fostering greater accessibility. We do have accessibility needs in the Peach King Centre that need to be improved, and that's a really important piece of this project. It's also really important that we don't just be accessible in that we make it possible to come through the door. We want to make it accessible so that you want to come through the door and you can fully participate when you come through the door by your own power and of your own choosing. That will be a really important piece of this project. The other piece of accessibility that we don't immediately think of, but it is really important, is having some low cost, no cost, and learn to style programs. Again, that's something because we don't have indoor recreation space, we're lacking in that a little bit, and that does limit access in terms of financial inequalities in the community. Just catch up here, sorry. So in the report that we provided to you, we did give you concept drawings. They are just concept drawings at this point in time. We do think that we have a pretty good concept going, but no doubt it will change some as we move through a bit of a design process. The big part of the concept drawing was just making sure we had the massing and we could actually fit in the different pieces that we need to fit into in the Peach King Centre, and we feel fairly confident that we can. So some of the key elements that will be part of this submission is, of course, the gymnasium. The gymnasium will be a full-size gymnasium. It can meet all of the different basketball tournament needs. We've verified that. And it will be dividable, so it can have a number of different activities at one time. An indoor track will go around the gymnasium on the second floor. It is something that the community is pretty charged up about already as we talk to people about this. There's a lot of excitement about the indoor track. And it will be walkable, runnable, and wheelable. So it will be something that everybody can use. One advantage, and I think I said it before, to having the track above a gymnasium instead of a rink is you don't have to limit its use during different activities as well. We know it's also something that different activities like minor hockey, for example, will use. Right now they are always doing their dry land warm-ups before the games in the lobbies and any little corner they can find. Now they'll have a space that they can use where they can safely warm up and not have to occupy the lobbies either. The multi-use rooms will be developed so that they are one large room or many small rooms, again giving us maximum versatility. They'll be able to support art programs, yoga classes, wellness programs, camp programs, seniors activities, all sorts of things. We'll be looking to do improvements to the fitness center, and one of the things we want to do with the fitness center is make sure it's truly accessible. So again, not just making it that you can walk in the door, but that there's actually pieces in the fitness center that you can fully use on your own and have an actual workout with the track in the fitness center. I think that'll be a really strong piece of this build. We're looking to have a youth room so that we have a place for the youth to go. They're often in our facility waiting for maybe their siblings' game to finish or whatnot, and then they'll have a place to actually go and be with their peers and play some games. We're looking at having a preschool space and having the earlier center potentially move up here, Again, creating that fully integrated site so that you would have preschool right up to senior all in one facility. Again, it uses better space too. So the preschool programs are mostly a daytime program, and then that way in the evening we can use it for other things. One of the unique plans with the concept we've put forward is having a rooftop leisure space. So we're looking at having a second floor rooftop leisure space. It's a bit of an outdoor space that has a variety of purposes. I think it's a really creative and interesting concept that can be used by all different groups in all manner of capacities. And last but certainly not least will be a bunch of facility amenity improvements. Some of the dressing rooms, the hockey video you saw, that arena was built in 1983, and the dressing rooms were built in 1983. Some of them haven't changed much since 1983. So we know we need to do some improvements there, as well as in some of our lobby spaces. The lobby, when you would walk into the Peaching Center, might seem really large to you, but it's amazing when one game lets out, it's jam-packed. So addressing some of those flows and spaces that we have to make the center more usable for everybody. I should just mention with that too, as far as parking goes, we are looking at doing some realignments of parking. We've tried to specifically do a concept where we're minimizing the footprint on the ground because we know that parking can be a challenge. So we have been doing it in a way where through realignments and expanding some parking spaces more towards the soccer field, we'll be able to add sufficient spaces. Funding for the project. The total estimated project value is $22 million. The federal provincial portion for this would be $16,013,000, and the municipal portion that is $5,000,087. The funding options for the municipal portion can still be determined, but in talking with Stephen, our treasurer, a debenture is what's being suggested for a good portion of the municipal piece that we would have. We would also be looking to use some gas tax funds. One thing that's nice about this funding program is you can actually grant stack. Sometimes they won't let you do that, but it does say in the application guidelines that you can. So if we were eligible for another grant source that we could stack with it, that is a possibility. We can also look into doing a capital fundraising campaign to bring those costs down, and possibly repurposing of some town-owned land. So if we find certain activities, if we're going to relocate some things to the Peaching Center, we might be able to make some different arrangements to rebalance some things there. That would all have to be looked at as we continue down the design phase specifically. If we were to fund the $5 million through a 15 to 20-year debenture, it's estimated to have a 4 to 4.5% increase on the municipal levy. So that's sort of the highest it could be. Hopefully there's some other things that we can do, and I think there are, to bring that down. In terms of project timing, we would like to have the project start sooner rather than later for a couple of reasons. The town of Grimsby will be 100 years old in 2022. I know the village of Grimsby is older, but we became incorporated and it will be 100 years in 2022. We also would like to try and align it to the 100 years of hockey legacy as well. So the goal would be to try and have it done by 2022. So starting it in 2020 in Q4, doing a lot of the construction 21 and 22, and hopefully wrapping it up by the end of 2022. It's a little hard to say for sure if that's going to be realistic, just depending a bit on the timelines that they actually make their announcements as well. If they're early spring, then we're really good. If it ended up being really late summer, that might be a little trickier to do. In terms of operating costs, sometimes in the past when we've done these projects, we haven't really talked about operating costs, and we know that that's been not the wisest move for us to make. So we have done some really early estimations of what the operating costs may be, and we estimate it could be $150,000 to $190,000. It's going to cost us more at the beginning in particular as we get going, and once we sort of fill in those spaces more, we can improve that profile as well. So in terms of next steps, the next step, of course, is to actually submit the grant application. And then as that's going along, we can start to look at how we would do the capital project process, start to develop procurement documents, developing a more specific funding strategy, and of course, engaging the community as well. If we are successful in the design phase, we'll be doing heavy community consultation and consultation with the public to really make sure we capture their vision beyond what we have in the master plan. And I guess just to close, this is a very exciting project, a very exciting opportunity for the town of Grimsby. These types of funding projects don't come up very often. They won't probably come up again in this particular stream for quite some time, and you don't usually see them come up with such a low contribution from the municipality. So it's definitely something to pay a lot of attention to. The timing is excellent for Grimsby because the needs are very clear. They're very clear in the master plan. So we feel we have a really, really good shot. We know this is going to be a very competitive process to submit for, but we really feel we have a really strong case here, and we hope that you'll support it.
Great, thank you for your presentation, Sarah. Very good presentation, and I really like that we captured 9 out of our 10 priorities with this project. Councillor Frick, you have a question?
Oh, there I am, okay. Sarah, you always give exciting presentations, and they're always fun presentations. And I can relate to them. I think it's an absolutely fabulous, fantastic opportunity we have. And hopefully we can put everything together and move along and make this happen. I do have a couple of things I wanted to ask you, though. We don't have a good history of project management, and we tend to overrun on a lot of our big projects, and I won't speak specifically about any one of them, and I don't know all the reasons why, but how are we going to project manage this to ensure we don't overrun the amount of money we've put aside for this? That's my first question. Would you mind?
I understand that concern, and it's something we have looked at very carefully. A number of us have. I should have mentioned in the $22 million we have put, that includes permit fees, a lot of different soft costs, and it does include project management fee, because we recognize that we need to specifically look at that. A project of this size really does need someone with that expertise that has the dedicated time to it. So we would be looking at hiring a project manager specifically with this project. One challenge too with this project, I should just mention, is this project can't be built sort of on its own, in the sense that the arena has to continue to operate as well, which makes it a little extra challenging. We've worked with an architect, an engineer, and an estimator in the values that we have, and I think that they're pretty good. They also have other projects that have recently been done in the area that we can use as a good benchmark as to what those costings really were. So I feel pretty comfortable with the figures that we have. I think that we're on track.
Okay, thank you. The tax levy, you noted that is going to be 4.5% extra. Is that right? Can I direct that to Stephen? If that covers the 4.6.
Yeah, based on initial estimates right now, and there's some assumptions that go into this, like interest rate that we have to estimate. So I would say between the 4 and 5% is where we'd be looking at an increase in the tax levy.
And that would start when?
That would start basically at the time, well, I think for this project, because we don't have the money to front end the project, we would actually be doing construction financing. So we would actually be paying interest, and we would take the money in allotments as we have to make payments to suppliers, to vendors. So we'll be paying interest on that up until we actually term it out when the project is complete. So that would be probably in the 2022, 2023.
On the same vein, excuse the expression, the operating costs going forward, what type of an effect will that have on the levy? I think it was 150 to 190K.
Yeah, so we're probably looking at up to 2% additional on the levy. And I believe that was net after revenues, right?
One other question. We have a Livingston Activity Center, which cost us some dollars on a regular basis annually. Is there any way we can roll that activity center into this particular facility and maybe save some costs in that area?
So if I'd had more time, what I would have done is done a bit of a fuller scope feasibility study in all of our facilities. That's one piece we didn't really do in the master plan. That's what I would like to do next. I do think there's some efficiencies we can capture in a couple of our different sites that we have that serve recreational purposes, and certainly that's one of them that we would look at. But we would need some time to really look at all those pieces and make sure we can incorporate all the elements we need to into the design. I think it's definitely possible to consolidate some of our places down, but we need a little bit more time to sort out exactly what makes most sense going forward.
The reason why I asked that is because if we could incorporate some other facility like that one, we might be able to have a positive effect and bring the 4.6 or at least some of the operating costs down, or maybe even some of the 4.67 million that we need to invest in it. Just a thought. I mean, maybe it's something we should be looking at sooner than later. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bain.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. My first question actually is directed at Stephen. I just want clarification on one thing. You say that it would be a 4 to 5% tax levy. Are you talking strictly on the municipal part of the
That's
tax
correct.
levy? So in other words, it's a 1% increase on the overall tax bill.
Oh, I see. If you incorporate the region and.
Yeah, because people
it's-
often misinterpret. If
yeah.
I go to somebody and say,
That's
we're
right.
going to raise taxes 10%, they're going to take their whole tax bill and say, well, that's 10%.
Exactly. It's the town portion on,
Just the
on,
town
on the
portion.
levy.
So,
That's
so
right.
it's
We
1%
represent.
overall.
Right.
And then,
Possibly. We represent about a quarter of the tax bill.
Right.
The Grimsby portion.
and then moving forward, when Councillor Frake said, you said it could be potentially 2% on the tax levy, so that actually is about 0.5% on the overall tax bill. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're educating
Yes.
people. I don't want people to
Sure.
get some kind of assumption that we're going to do this. Having said all of that, I still think it's well worth the money, especially with the funding we're getting. I do want to say very much, and everybody on council knows Sarah Sweeney and all of our staff. We have an amazing staff in this town. But I do have to say a special thank you to Sarah and indirectly to Trevor as well, and all the staff in Parks and Recs, because the work that they do, some of the questions that Councillor Frake asked, I know that Director Sweeney is being very modest, but she is working on a lot of these things right now. One of the things, moving Livingston's activity center so we can get things like pickleball for our senior crowd. So I just want to say thank you very much to everybody for the work that you guys have done on this Parks and Rec. You have really brought this town up to the 21st century where we should have been a long time ago. And I thank you all for all the work that you've done.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So once again, the Grinch rears her ugly head, right? Just want to build a little bit on, what Councillor Frake has brought to your attention. I'm really concerned about the operating cost shortfall. And I think, we need to get a little more creative. And it worries me to kind of embark on, a venture and then find yourself that, it's like house rich and cash poor, right? That we don't have any money for anything else. And so I think just more attention has to be given to how we can reduce the operating costs and maybe other ways to reduce, our capital portion that we have to put in. That's one thing. I do like the fact that it's scalable, although when you look at the 26%, doesn't make that much difference for what you'd be losing, but I think that's important to think about. The other thing is, am I correct in assuming that if we were to receive the grant, you would go out with a tender, right? Because I would, a project of this size and scope, it worries me that you'd almost ask just one person for a design option, even a design option, right? So that I'd like to see what other people can come up with other kinds of configurations in terms of, when you put out public projects out there, sometimes you get some really great ideas too. So just like to add
Through the chair, I'll just respond to that. Two things. The only reason we sole sourced up to this point is just the timing. And if you recall, when I came to you in September, we knew we needed to do an expedited process just because of the timing that we had. Most definitely going forward, we'll be following proper procurement policy and making sure there's a competitive opportunity to get the best sets of eyes and the best deal that we can get in the design piece and also in the construction piece. In terms of finding efficiencies, I completely understand the desire and the need, and I agree, and that's something that we will be doing. I just don't want to zero in on one particular facility. We have a variety of facilities that support recreation. Some of them have different sort of siloed needs. We need to look at it holistically. I don't want to look at just one building. We need to look at all of the different pieces and look for opportunities to be more efficient, but also be more integrative in terms of how we're providing those services. And I think we will find some efficiencies.
The other thing I want to add, this is an excellent opportunity, should we get the grant, that we build a green facility. And, you know, we take that opportunity to look at what we can use in terms of materials and try to make a building that's sort of self-sustaining. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell and then Councillor Bothwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you for the presentation, Sarah. And what I'm really impressed with is the rooftop outdoor recreational space. I mean, to me, that's just being a leader. You know, we're thinking really outside the box here. What can be allocated and fixed up there? I love the idea of the track. I remember when the east pad was built, and particularly when the west pad was built, I was told there was a track, but you have to go around the boards. And looking around at the facilities that our good neighbors have, and going back as far as Pelham, you know what, a track is just going to be just a great thing for the community, everybody, young and old too. So just one question, with the rendering drawings that you have shown so far, and I'm not trying to put you on a spot here, but approximately how many square feet would any idea? Has there been any number of square footage that we might be looking at building at this time, or is that a little further down the process?
Through the chair. So I'm going to be honest, I spent so much time piecing it out that I can get you that number, but I have to double check what that number is because we've looked at so many different versions of it. It may still change a little bit, of course, as well. So I just want to be a bit careful too with how much how much we pay attention to specific numbers, because we know it's going to change a little bit. But I'll give you that estimate number. I didn't provide that. I'm sorry for this evening.
No, that's fine, and when you get a chance, I'm just curious, that's all, you know, because just reading through the report and seeing everything, I think it's great. It's really, you've done a real great job here. And the thing I do want to say, with regards to, in the past, when we have built certain facilities, well, especially recreation facilities, fundraising, we got to get in the game. You know, again, Lincoln did a great job of fundraising for their arenas, so I know we can do it. Grimsby can do it. You know, it's just a matter of just getting some good involvement from a fundraising perspective, and I think that's very key that the residents have an opportunity to, other than your taxes you're paying, but even just to some very creative ways of fundraising for something. And I look forward to this project. I really do, and I hope our working partners in our MPP and our MP. Now that he's been reelected, that they can really come to bat for us too, and it's just be a great thing for Grimsby. So, thank you, Sarah.
Councillor Bothwell, then Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm going to echo a number of our other councillors' comments around the table because, again, especially Councillor Vane, I've just seen the work you do, and I've just seen the work of your team and the effort you put into everything, and you've always come above and beyond what the expectation is and on par with what you needed to do. You always do it. And so I I know whatever you put your mind to, you're going to do really good at for the community, because that's where your heart is. And you're hearing and you're listening to what the community said during the rec master plan. This is what they want. And it isn't working for the federal government. Like you said, these opportunities don't come along very often. And if we don't jump on them when they come, it's a lost opportunity. And 70% funding, I think you mentioned, it's really hard to say no. I look at what they're doing with the changes to community benefits funding and development charges and soft services and potential cutbacks to some of those things that are community values, like libraries and other types of things. And rec and parks are going to be hit by that as well. So this is yes, there's going to be have to be a very good plan for how we're going to finance this and how we're going to move forward and make it sustainable. But you're picking up all the best pieces of what everyone else has done and put it together, and you know where you need to go with this. So I have confidence in you and what you're going to do, and that this will be good for the community. And I think that, as Councillor Cadwell said, I think we have a very willing and generous community that's going to look at this, and the philanthropy will come forward, and the people will want to put their money where their heart is. And I'm hoping that's what we can draw on. So again, I thank you and your team for putting it forward, and I think that it is an opportunity that isn't just going to come at any time, and we have to seriously consider this. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp, then Councillor Dunstan.
I just have a couple of comments and questions. First of all, so it was mentioned before, like some of the past projects in the town, this town hall and our police station, they went over budget. And so we tender these lump sum, but if we get a good architect, someone who can write us a good tender so that we can hire somebody who will complete the job. Construction management is great, except those managers will be going through the tender saying, this is not included, this is extra, this is extra, this is extra, right? That's what they're, and so we'll have the architect on our side or the construction manager, and I don't want to, we need to hire somebody competent. I know some of the gentlemen at Callis Engineering, and I've worked with them, and I know that they're very thorough, but we can tender it, and we need to hold them accountable to that. Also, I have some questions about, I'm looking at the design. It seems like they're going to build an arena kind of to the right of the entrance in the parking lot there, or sorry, a gymnasium to the right of the entrance. And are they going to change any of the upstairs, like the room where the kitchen and stuff?
Through the chair, yes. So there is 2 floors in that concept design that you can look at, and there will be a second floor. So of course the second floor will have the track that would surround the gymnasium and have some nice big corners for stretching, hockey teams to practice, etc. The new multi-purpose space will be up top as well as the rooftop, and then the existing auditorium would still be there. Something that we have been talking about, to be quite truthful with you, is we think we can maybe do a little bit better with how some of those spaces up there exist, just to make sure we're maximizing that potential. But definitely there will be expansion on the second floor. We recognize that as important given the limited space that we do have here and the need for parking, that going up for some of it was going to be really important. The fitness center, sorry, I should also mention, will be moved to upstairs, and that's simply to make sure a little bit more seamless with the walking track so that people can use both of those pieces together.
Okay, that's great. I just had one other question. You said that it met 9 out of 10 of our parks and recreation indoor needs. What is the one that it doesn't meet?
So through the chair, if you recall, I did mention in September the one thing that's is a big ask is an indoor pool, and an indoor pool. There's 2 pieces, 3 pieces maybe that still exist in the community. 2 really that we haven't met. The indoor pool is by far the biggest one. There is also some demand for a 3rd ice pad, which I better say because Simon's sitting here. Both of those pieces, given the footprint that we have at the Peach King Centre, we really don't have the space to add those 2 pieces. Both of those pieces too have a really, when you want to talk about operating costs, it's significantly different. I don't think that you would really need to do a more thorough feasibility study before you would entertain an indoor pool. You would need some more time to do that. You're talking very, very significant increases in cost, both in terms of capital and operating. You also have a YMCA in the community that I think you need to look at how that intertwines. So it's something that could come up again at some point down the road, but you would need to do quite a bit more studying before you comfortably support that, in my opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Dunsel?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Sarah, and maybe Stephen too. It's exciting. It looks like a fantastic plan. Funding, I know we've recently been talking in the past about looking for money for other things. I think it was up on Sobey Road, and we were going to sell off $1 million worth of property. So if that wasn't going to be to our detriment, would that not be a funding, excuse me, a funding possibility? I know we talked about going to the community, and I think it's a wonderful idea too, but let's not forget about our hospital just down the street, the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, who they might be coming to us for a lot of funding, maybe around the same time too. And the other thing I guess I'd want to say about this whole project is that we're being very aggressive when we do have a window of opportunity up till 2027, that if all the pieces aren't going to happen by 2022, it's not the end of the world. We can still work on it. Maybe it's a gymnasium, and maybe the other pieces come a little later, so that it isn't as a difficult impact, especially with the hospital. I keep thinking about the hospital as we were talking about this, and that's could be on our agenda within a year or two at the same time. So we're going out to the community asking for money for this expansion and also for the new hospital, and that could be tough on our community. So, and they're very generous. Our community is very generous. We've seen that in the past, but I don't think we should overload them. And maybe Stephen, I don't know this that idea. I don't know if it would work or not, but if you could address that.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I mean, the timing of this project, right, you do have until 2027 to complete the project. So if we are approved through the grant, we could delay the project and have it maybe completed more towards the end date. And by that point, we could phase in the debt payments up to that point. So there would be a less of an impact on the levy. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of commitments, coming forward in the next little while. We do have the hospital and the PKC expansion. So there is definitely a lot of money that will be required in the next little while, and we'll have to be careful how we manage this and how we pay for it. So yeah, we're definitely going to be looking at all options, how we can minimize the impact, and that we don't hit it all up front.
If I could just add one more thing, because we were throwing it around out here, is about the project is Sarah's already said. Having a project manager, and I might say that Fire Station 2 had a project manager and it came in on budget. Other projects had department heads being the project manager. They did not come in on budget, so it's very important that we make sure our department heads are not project managers, and then maybe things will come in on budget, and that's really important. I don't think Sarah wants to be the project manager. No.
If I may just comment again on that, we have built into the price project a project manager. I understand that importance, seeing some of the other projects and learning from some pieces that didn't work as well as perhaps they could have. I will not be the project manager if we're successful, and we would be looking for someone specifically and specially to focus on that project. In terms of the timing, you can extend it out. I would just remind you that this isn't sort of a need down the road either, though. This is a need we have in our community now. We have programs that are running in our lobbies because we don't have space. So you can do it, but I just don't want it to be seen as something that you can eventually do, and it would be nice. There are needs right now as well for some of these spaces.
Councillor Ritchie?
Thank you, through the Mayor. I too wanted to reiterate what Councillor Dunstall said with, you know, many municipal projects out there, if you hire the right people, come in on time, on budget, or even under budget. So, like I said, this is a grant submission, so I wish us all the best of luck to obtain this. And I also wanted to point out what you talked about earlier on, that that this project's also available for some grant stacking, and the federal or the gas tax, which is also may definitely assist us if we're successful. Thanks, and thank you very much for all your hard work.
Councillor Main, quickly.
Very through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to add something. The only reason I want to speak again is I just want to address what Councillor Dunstall just said. I recently read an article, and while I do understand and agree completely with what he's saying, my concern is that we currently have a minority federal government, and they have made it very clear that they want to spend a lot of money on infrastructure. And I'm worried that if something were to happen to different levels of government, as we've seen in the past, some of this funding gets withdrawn. So the longer we draw it out, the more chance we have of losing it. So while I do completely 100% support what Councillor Dunstall said, I agree with also what you said, Director Sweeney, about the need is now. So I would be more inclined to push it now. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Great. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Sarah, and get that proposal in. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the Peach King Centre Expansion and Renovation Grant Submission Report DRS 19-47 be received for information, and further that Council endorse the preferred preliminary concept design for the expansion and renovation of the Grimsby Peach King Centre at a value of $22 million, and further that Council directs staff to include this preferred design concept as the basis of the town's grant application for the November 12, 2019 intake of Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, ISIP, Community Culture and Recreation Funding Stream, and further the staff be directed to submit the Community Culture and Recreation 2019 intake business case multi-purpose stream on or before November 12, 2019, and further that the Treasurer be directed to develop a financing strategy for the town's portion of the ISIP grant requirement. All in favor? That's carried. Great. Up next, we have the distribution of funds from Hydro Shareholders Representative Account, the Canadian Warplane Heritage. Stephen, do you want to speak on that? Or great, thank you.
So a request was made from Council to make a donation to the Canadian Heritage Warplane Museum. What they're looking to do with the donation is to do a flyover of Grimsby on November 11th, which is, I think, really exciting. I think a great thing to do. Anyway, so they're looking for a donation of $2,500 for the flyover. And my recommendation is that we fund that through the Hydro Remuneration Reserve.
Great, thank you, Stephen. Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. When I read that, I didn't understand or know why. Have we donated in the past? Because I know many, many Remembrance Days, it's just awesome and great when that when the warplane flies over. So have we done this in the past, Stephen?
No, we haven't. We haven't donated to them, but you're right. I mean, I think the Lancasters flying over the town it's an awesome sight and sound. So.
Councillor Bothwell?
I think they fly over my neighborhood along the lake regularly when they take the dignitaries out for a little flight test run, so I hear it often, and it is pretty amazing to see and hear. Yeah.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. And I'm not opposing the what it's for, but I know in the past our hydro shareholders' funds have always stayed in town. So I guess I'm just kind of wondering, you know, do other communities support this venue too? I just, I'm trying to learn more about this, Stephen, that's all.
Yeah, no, not that I'm aware of, but I guess in this case, they're coming to us because they're flying the plane into Grimsby. Yeah, so I mean, the money might be leaving, but they're actually coming to us by flying a plane. So I think it's an interesting opportunity.
I can probably add a little bit to it. I received an email from the Canadian Warplane Heritage, and with the Lancasters, there's only 2 in the world that are still flying, and we have one of them in Hamilton. And the Warplane Heritage has been repairing and maintaining other planes as well. And so they had a request to the area municipalities for some type of donation. And with Remembrance Day flyover, I think it's something that everyone in the community can really, they really feel, and certainly from our servicemen that have served and continue to serve, I just really feel strongly that this is something that we never want to forget, and we can be a small part of the town of Grimsby in helping maintain those planes and keep them flying over for many years to come. Councillor Vane?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, are we going to be doing any recognition? I'm asking the town manager here, sorry, Mr. Slang. Are we going to be doing any sort of thing on the website to let people know that this is actually happening? I'm talking, if we're giving this donation, then I would like people to know it's going to happen, especially in remembrance of Remembrance Day. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Vane. Yes, we have. We're actually putting some things on the website, the closure of the road, and we could add this as well if Council approves it.
Any further questions? Seeing none, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the distribution of funds from Hydro Shareholders Representative Account for Canadian Warplane Heritage in the amount of $2,500 be approved. All in favor? And that's carried. Up next, we have a motion by Councillor Vane regarding council remuneration. Councillor Vane, you'd like to speak on that?
I brought this forward as part of our commitment. For people who aren't aware, it's been over 1 year since this council was elected and almost 1 year of this council serving. And a big thing that we talked about and we all spoke about on the campaign trail was, I don't want to use the word better, but I want to say we want to make things different for this town. Not to take away from previous councils, but we wanted to balance things out. And I think in this past year, I could spend a lot of time talking about all the things that we've accomplished. But one of the things that I'm happiest about is the way that we addressed our staff, and we looked at the positions that people have in our town, and we compared it to other towns and said, let's make this fair and even. And so we adjusted salaries accordingly. And we've done a lot of other things to make the town more level, let's say, or I'm trying to think of the right word, but level is what I'm going to use for now with other towns. Then over time, as you know, we all look at different things, it kind of came to my attention that the one thing I found is that the council remuneration is not in line with other towns of our size and our populations, that type of thing. I recently found a 2017 study done by the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, which showed that this council at that time, we're talking 2017, this is back when they also had the 1/3 tax-free, but other councils with similar sized populations and towns and stuff to what Grimsby is, in 2017, we were rated 32 to 50% below what other councils of similar sizes were getting compensated. And I just think that it's time, and I'm trying to make this sound completely unselfish, because it is not a selfish move. It is to make this council in line with everybody else. I want to make sure that our council is going to attract good candidates in the future when we all finish our 20-year terms. But I'm just, sorry, that was the inside voice talking. When we, I just think it's time that we bring everything up to par where it should be. And so all I'm asking for at this point is a study, just to look at what we have. Other town councils, as I say, they go up to 50% higher in some cases. They have benefits, they have different mileage things, stuff like that. All I would like is somebody outside of council, so presumably our human resources person, Kat, take a look at it and come back to us and let us know. And then we can decide how we choose to deal with it at that point. That's all I'm asking at this point, is just a study. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vane. Questions? Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. And I've been doing a lot of research over the years, being on council for a number of years. And I think, and I agree with Councillor Vane, there's nothing wrong with doing a review and seeing where we stand with other municipalities. I've spoken to a few of my good friends on other municipalities, and we're not quite where they are, in ways. I'll just leave it at that. So I think it's great. I just read in the Standard today, the region has done a review with regards to their salaries and compensation, and maybe Mr. Slang can help me out here, but I believe they had, through their review, they had, I think it was 3 people that were, I'll call them independent people, that were maybe members of the community involved with that too. So, which gives you a good point of bringing information into and good reasoning to it too. So I support Councillor Vane. It's time that we get ourselves in the game, so to speak. So that's just my comments to that. Thank you.
Councillor Frake?
I never really pay much attention to the money that ends up in my bank account, to be very honest with you. But I totally 100% agree with Councillor Vane. To be fair, I think that we should do this review and go out and see what's out there, whether we're in the right the quartile of the overall municipalities. So yeah, I totally support that as well. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell?
This is one of the things where when I came on to council, I knew what I was coming in for. I knew what I was getting in before the 1/3 tax exemption was removed. I understand that a study may come up with that. I just feel that I came into this term with understanding that this was what I was taking on and what I was committing to for 4 years. So I think whatever, I'm not supportive of an increase to my personal salary at this point. I feel there's just too many things that we have on the table right now that are a priority, and I don't see this as a priority for myself at this stage of year 1 of my term. We'll see what comes out of this. I'm struggling with it because I'm having a hard time supporting, I would not support looking at increasing during this term council salaries. So that's just my personal opinion. I mean, if we're looking at it for the future term, for the next group in, then the electorate can say that, yeah, this is who we're electing, knowing what they're going to be making. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp?
I just have one comment, and I've been looking at this also. So I found West Lincoln's bylaw with regard to remuneration, and one thing I was real happy about is that it's so easy to find. A quick Google search, I found their bylaw. It's really clear, and so you can see exactly. I tried to find Lincoln's information. It was really difficult. I sent an email to the clerk, and I still haven't been able to figure out Lincoln's. But in West Lincoln, I can see that they can participate in the employee benefit program, and there's the little benefits like that, like some of the members on council may or may not be involved in a benefit program at the time, and I support that we can do a report. And I wonder, through the town manager, or to the town manager, how much would a report like this cost? Will there be any cost, or is this something that you can do, or is there already information available?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor. Yeah, this is something we'll do. Kat and her team will do the review. So it's just the opportunity cost of her time, but we wouldn't go external.
Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to all of us. I'm in support of doing something like this. There's nothing wrong with looking outside of our own parameters and see what other municipalities are offering their councillors. And once we have the information, that's when we get down to the tough decision, whether we go ahead or we wait or whatever. But I think doing a study like this is a good idea. It lets us know where we stand within the region, within Southern Ontario, and I don't think it'll do any harm.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Vane, seconded by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that Council hereby directs staff to review and provide a report regarding council remuneration. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have correspondence. The first resolution is correspondence from other municipalities. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the resolutions from other municipalities be received. All in favor? That's carried. And now we have correspondence from the Region Niagara, reference to the Joint Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities Against Racism and Discrimination. Any comments? Nope. Don't see any. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the correspondence from the Region of Niagara with reference to join the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities Against Racism and Discrimination be received. All in favor? That's carried. And next we have correspondence from the Niagara Regional and Métis Council. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the correspondence from the Niagara Regional Métis Council requesting that November 16th, 2019 be declared as Louis Riel Day be received, and the town of Grimsby pay tribute to the Métis people by flying the flag for a period of 1 week in November be approved. All in favor? That's carried. And up next is our new business portion of the meeting. Any new business? Councillor Vardy?
Thank you. Just a few things that I wanted to mention. This past week, or I guess last week, I attended Essentials for Municipal Fire Protection. That was put on by the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office and arranged by Chief Kane. It was an excellent day, very, very informative. There were a few people from, a few town employees who were there. There were some firefighters from Lincoln as well, and a few councillors, I think Councillor Ritchie and Councillor Dunstall as well. Anyway, it was excellent, and just want to thank Chief Kane for that. The other thing, I've got three things. I know there's been a lot in the news about water, and I think in Halifax there was some discussion that the water there had more lead in it. So I just wanted to reassure everyone that Grimsby has an excellent cast iron replacement program, and we are into year 18 of a 25-year plan. And when we have a little bit of extra money, we advance on that plan. So we're very good in this regard, and we have excellent water testing that is done very frequently. So reassure everyone that our Grimsby water is in excellent shape. And then finally, as some of you may know, my background is in public health. I strongly encourage you all to get your flu shot. A moment of pain, save yourself a fair bit of misery, particularly those who are older adults and those with chronic diseases. So that's it for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just have a comment and then a question. Yeah, first, I'd just like to, I attended the Economic Summit at White Oaks along with yourself, and Councillor Frake was there. Very good event. Unfortunately, I had to leave a little bit early, but very well attended. Boy, I'll tell you, that's a big conference room, and it was full. Great speakers, great panel. I think we all took away some good information from that, the Economic Summit, on Friday. Just got a question, Mayor Jordan, hope if you can help me out here. I've had a few inquiries with regards to the garbage collection from the region. I know it's in the early stages in that. People were saying if the garbage is being picked up every 2 weeks and they're still allowing 2 bags, is there savings there? Again, I'm just the messenger here right now, Mayor Jordan. So is there have they projected any, if you could maybe just comment on that, if you've heard any information. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. The initial presentations have indicated that there will be a savings, as well as by every other week collection. It's going to force people to sort their garbage at a much better level, because green bins will be collected every week, as will recycling. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to do a promo for the library. If everyone that has, if you haven't experienced the author series, there is a special event of the Grimsby Author Series coming up on January the 17th. It's called Find Your Pleasure, The Art of Living a More Joyful Life with Cynthia Loist. She is a co-host of CTV's The Social. And she'll be discussing her new book, which is called Find Your Pleasure. There's a wine tasting and snacks with that. It's $40. Tickets went on sale today, and if it's any indication, I made sure I got mine this time, because last time they sold out like within the first day or two. $40, it's well worth it. It is at the Grimsby Public Library on January the 17th at 6:30. Bring your girlfriends and go on the library website on the town thing, and you can go through Eventbrite and get your tickets. Very easy to get them and not miss out. Another thing, just a quick notice about planning, is having an open house for our cannabis zoning, review of our cannabis zoning and land use discussion. So there's a consultant that will be bringing forward some panels and some discussion on what the draft cannabis review looks like at this point, and that is on November the 19th at 6 o'clock here at Town Hall. So I'd encourage anyone who's interested in following that. Lincoln just recently as well is undergoing a review of their own cannabis bylaw, zoning bylaw and official plan language. So it's an opportunity for the public to be heard and to hear what the draft is looking like at this point in time. So again, that's November 19th at 6 o'clock here at Town Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Councillor Vane, then Councillor Sharp.
I'm going to let Councillor Sharp speak to this, but I just want to say one thing very quickly. On behalf of myself and everyone else who attended the museum, I want to thank Councillor Sharp, Councillor Dunstall, and especially the museum staff for putting on a great show. But I'll let Councillor Sharp take that.
I'm just going to repeat what Councillor Vane just said. I don't want to steal Councillor Sharp's thunder here. I just want to thank Councillor Sharp, the museum staff, the museum board, the Casablanca Hotel, the people who came, and for the excellent night we had last night. So that was what I was going to say, and so I'll echo that comment. On Saturday, we had our annual museum fundraiser dinner, and we tripled. We sold 3 times as many tickets as we did last year, and so it was at Casablanca Hotel on the 2nd floor in the large banquet center, whatever they call that room, ballroom. And we had Nick Wallace, who's like a local magician, illusionist, and the food was great. I've had a couple of really good meals at Casablanca Hotel, and they did it again, and it was a really well-received night. A lot of the councillors here came to support the museum, and I just want to quickly say that the museum is funded mostly through grants and fundraisers like this. And this fundraiser, it takes a big part of our funding. So a lot of the Grimsby Museum doesn't end up on the levy. It ends up paid for through grants and this fundraiser. So thank you to everyone who attended, and we look forward to just as good and an even better fundraiser next year.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. It certainly was an excellent event, and the illusionist, Nick Wallace, was quite impressive. Councillor Ritchie?
Thank you to the Mayor. This past week I also had an opportunity to attend the Niagara Biennial Design Awards. So applications are being accepted. This is for projects that must be physically located within the geographical boundaries of Niagara, completed between January 1st, 2016 and December 31st, 2019. And it's in urban design, architecture, interior design, landscape architecture, and outdoor art projects. They must be ready for occupancy use, and the building or site must be accessible to the public. So I just wanted to make that announcement that those applications are currently open.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. Mr. Schlang, you have a couple of comments?
Through you, Mayor, just a couple announcements. One, number of staff were at the turkey roll, firefighters turkey roll on Friday. It was very successful. I was really impressed with how the community gets behind our fire services. It was a lot of fun. I think they raised about $12K, so good event. The second item is more the follow-up for those that were at AMO on the Diamond. So I did get a call from the Central Region Director. They have completed the peer review. I know this council worked hard with MTO to get a peer review done of what can be done at that triangle. He said the study's completed, but he's got to move that up the value tree, with all his superiors, and they should be getting back to us with possible solutions. So just thank you for that, councillors that went to AMO, and we continue to follow up on that.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Schlang. And Councillor Cadwell, you'd like to comment? I know you've done a lot of work with that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you, Harry, for all the hard work you've been putting into it too. And I just want to give an update. While I was away on vacation, I spoke with Chief Kane today, and and I will be speaking with Mr. Osterhoff tomorrow. There was 3 accidents in recent. Let's see, there was one on the 24th of October, Maple Avenue, again, eastbound accident there. There was also a collision on the 30th, 2 collisions on the 30th of October last week, again. So I look forward to seeing what the MTO are going to be, the report, what they're planning to do. Again, we've been very proactive, and I thank council for all your support too, because I know a lot of times many council members are, well, how's it going? How's everything moving? So again, thank you very much for the support of this council. And yeah, I look forward to that hearing and any information coming through that, Mr. Schlang. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp?
just had one last thing, is I've been contacted by a couple of residents asking about what's going on in the parking lot at the hospital. And I talked to Councillor Cadwell and he gave me some information. I wonder if I can hand it over to you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I put an email out to everybody this morning, but yeah, they're redoing the whole parking lot at Westlink Memorial Hospital. From my information, it's something that's been needed to be done quite a few years ago, but now I guess it's the condition of the parking lot. There was some concerns, safety, a little bit of safety concerns in that. So they'll be regrading. The base needs to be addressed, apparently. I guess there's some underground springs, that are in the area. I'll just say that for now. So they'll be resurfacing the whole parking lot. And I've been told they will be adding some more additional lighting to the parking lot too, which is great too. So, and I was told that the project should be completed by the end of November. So I went by today and had a look, and they've got that parking lot cut in half. I'm thinking, gee, where's everybody parking? But I'm sure they have some plans in place to assist through the construction stages. And thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. And just to further a little information about that parking lot reconstruction, apparently the parking lots are all run by Hamilton Health Sciences volunteers, and so that money that's being spent on that parking lot is not coming from anything to do with our hospital build or any fundraising money. So it is money coming from the Hamilton Health Science group of volunteers. So and it was scheduled to be done, so it's not affecting anything else to do with the reconstruction and the renovation right now. Thank you. Seeing no further business, before we go into closed session, the next meeting is scheduled for Monday, November 8th, 2019, right here at 7 p.m. Thank you, and good night. Moved by Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor Cadwell. Resolve that Council move into closed session under Section 2392B of the Municipal Act 2001, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and Section 2392F of the Municipal Act 2001, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. 153 Mud Street East, site alteration bylaw. Section 2392C of the Municipal Act 2001, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or location board, update on negotiations for acquisition of land. Section 2392F of the Municipal Act 2001, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Alpat Appeal 2325 Main Street East and 6 Duran Ave. And that's a verbal update. All in favor? That's carried. We're in closed. Moved by Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that legal counsel proceed with the direction and recommendation provided in closed session in regards to 153 Mud Street East. All in favor? That's carried. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that advice from legal counsel on the provision of the site alteration bylaw be received and the director provide a fulsome report. All in favor? And that's carried. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that closed session verbal update on negotiations for acquisition of land be received. All in favor? That's carried. Moved by Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that closed session verbal update on Alpat Appeal DeSantis 2325 Main Street East and 6 Doran Ave be received. All in favor? That's carried. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that council meet in closed session under section 2392B of the Municipal Act 2001, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and section 2392D, labor relations or employee negotiations. CAO performance objectives. And now we're going to move to the Lakeside room, so we'll take a 5-minute break right now. That's carried. Who wants to be a mover and a seconder, and I'll just write. All right. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the CAO performance objectives and the recommendation contained therein be approved as presented. All in favor? That's carried. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 1996 and 1997 inclusive, and that be read a first time. All in favor?
Yeah, this was for the book.
Yeah. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 1996 and 1997 inclusive, and that be read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and that the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same, any rule of the council contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to congratulate Sarah Kim for
Yes,
achieving
congratulations,
the
Sarah.
role of permanent clerk. Thank you. Congratulations, you will deserve it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And meeting's adjourned.
And just want to say how much we all enjoy working with you.